Hello. Uh, Hello everyone. Let me just wait a while to set up. Okay. So I think we are gonna talk about summer first before I do my other tier list. Nice pop. Is my mic doing okay? Can I just bring everything in? Oh, I can. Oh my god. Don't need this, don't need this. This is probably a bad idea. Oh, my bottle? Yeah. Holy shit, there's too many cards. You know what? I think we can talk about Koyori first. Oh, it's double white crit. I thought she had a blue crit somewhere, but she does not. Okay. Let me just go through the effects again. Go second debut, review one debut, and a support card with HololiveOCG. So your assistants. Let me grab a picture of the assistants. Might as well. So you might as well use it in English. They are also using the set 6 Koyori. This is in play. Plus 50 arts to your center. That should be it. That should bring up Yamada Louis. Okay, so this give debut. This Holomem is down. Return one HololiveOCG attached to this Holomem to your hand, which means you can attach assistant on turn 1. I don't know why you want to, but you could. Just for free. Maybe to help your, I don't know, Oshi skill turn 2. I really don't know why, other than attaching the Koiri mascot. If you attach the Koiri mascot and they burst through it and you get it back, that's actually quite value. Alright, sorry, the arts effect. Arts effect wants you to swing. If you have HololiveOCG attached, it gets plus 40, so it's 1 sheer 40 damage. Nowadays it's not really that useful. Turn 1, you're not Kanata. But it is a decent, you can do decent damage nonetheless. You are supposed to chip with this. With your 40 damage. Then we have this one. This curry, we're not running it. All it does is heal 20 HP to one of your Holomem for each curry assistant. So if you have 4 on your stage, you heal 80 HP. Really not that relevant. You rather run your set for first. Yeah, set force first that searches for Koiri support cards. This one. You rather run this, so this is your third first that you usually run. And you can also use it as draw, but you need white cheer, so it's again debatable if you ever use the arts effect or if you want to run white cheer. So we're not gonna talk about this card. This card sucks. Here we have her quote-unquote vanilla. Not really vanilla, but it doesn't do that much other than hit big. This one will hit for Let me see the effect again. So 2 cheer 50, reveal the same number of cards on the top of your deck for equal to the number of cheers on your stage. For each Hollow Man revealed, plus 10 arts, and shuffle the revealed cards. So it's usually gonna hit for about 80 damage on turn 2. You could try to go for kills with this, but you do need the RAM, so it's a bit tough. Maybe you can turn 2 put this on, and then you Oshi, use your Oshi skill. Where's the Oshi? I deleted the Oshi, I just realized. There you go. You get Oshi skill, hopefully you get a decent... You need like a few assistants, and then it'll be like... Maybe if you reveal 3, get plus 30. Then this becomes 80, 2 cheer 80 already. And then you swing again, maybe you get lucky, you get like... Again 2 assistants. And then you reveal like 4, you do 120 on turn 2. Where does she get RAM from? She does not. The whole plan is a second reduces cheers for each assistant attached to her and plus 10 HP. So this is gonna be ideally swinging for 1 or 2 cheers only, and then you get positive cheers if you have 2 assistants on her. Else, it's Guro Yamada Lui if you have low cheers. Those are the only way you will get it. You could run water play, but no, not really. So this is just good turn 2 body to have because it's 190 HP. It's not really gonna get turn 2 kill unless you get really lucky. Yeah, because you're not gonna run any source of RAM unless your opponent has like some weird turn 2 play or turn 1 RAM that you have less cheers than them somehow. Yeah, you're just gonna swing. You're gonna swing this with... You might not even swing this, to be honest. If you're going first... If you're going second, I don't see why you need to put more than 2 cheers on this. Or 1 cheer on this, actually. I think it's better to just swing the 30 and then hope you chip for your second. It's your second first that you will run. So, it's alright. And then, probably your strongest first here. Bloom effect, return 1 to 2 assistants from archive. Very, very strong, and because it gets you back your assistants. So you put 2 on your second, and then every time it dies, you get to recycle them again. And then you are cheer positive, and then your center is 220 HP again. And yeah, you can just keep repeating if you keep getting into this. And then the artifact is if you're second on stage plus 20 arts, so it's 1 cheer 50, which is okay. Let's say you really whiff on everything, because you Oshi skill, this will be like 150, this will be 80, and then you can still down Photomems. This is your best card, for sure. Then your second, as already mentioned, for each assistant on her, minus 1 colorless cheer for arts requirement and plus 10 HP. So usually she'll hover around 210 HP, 220 HP, sometimes even higher. But most of the time 210, 220. So very, very good tankiness. And your opponent will struggle to take it down, especially if they don't have yellow crit, which is pretty rare right now in this format. And in both English and Japanese format, yellow crit is quite rare. Yeah, so 210 HP, and then artifact, reveal the top card equal to the number of cheers on your stage. And then for each Hollow Man revealed, plus 20 arts, and you heal one of your Hollow Man for 20 HP. This does not mean you heal 20 to... This does not mean you can heal 20 to multiple members. You just pick one member, and then for each holomem revealed, you heal 20 times the amount of holomems. So you'll heal 80 if you reveal 4, 60 if you reveal 3, stuff like that. You can't heal 3 holomems for 20 if you reveal 3. So yeah, this is your main card. 120 base, which means to hit 200 you need at least 4 holomems revealed. But usually thanks to your OG skill, you will reveal more than around 4 to 5 cards, depending on your cheer management and depending on how many assistants you have. Because this will usually swing for 1 cheer if you can, with 2 assistants, which means 220 HP, 1 cheer, and then you have like 2 cheers behind. So you reveal 3 plus at least 2 assistants, you reveal 5 cards. So you need 4 of the cards to be... You need 4 of the cards to be holomems, which is kind of weird. Not easy to hit for sure. And then the rest of the revealed cards from your arts will go back to your deck. You will shuffle it. You don't archive it, thankfully. If not, this deck will definitely deck out too fast. However, your Oshi skill does archive cards that you with. But you can take any amount of holomem that aren't debut into your hand when you reveal. So if you reveal like 5 first, you can take all first into your hand, just like that. However, if you reveal your support cards or a lot of debuts, you will mill all of them. And then if you reveal 3 or more, you get plus 30. If you reveal 3 or more holomems from that ability, all of your query get plus 30 for the turn. So not bad, but very RNG. Do you not run any of her other second? So far no, because she already has 2 seconds from the set. But sometimes you can run... I've seen lists, and I can see why that run her set 6 second. Because it gives up to plus 50 to your center. And you can recycle your support card for 2 cheer 40 if you run white cheers. But the downside is you have to run white cheers, which is not too bad, but it can happen because this only gets rid of colorless cheers, which means you still need at least 1 yellow on her to attack. Other than that, you can use this as 2 cheer 170, which is alright. Yeah, 2 cheer 170 plus the Oshi skill that gives plus 30, you can hit 200. So that's probably why they run it. Else, you have your other summer second. Bloom effect, you can return 1 to 4 Koyori from your archive back to your deck. Just like that. And then hold on. What was the rest? And then if you return 4 cards, attach 1 support card with Koyo Lab from your archive to your Koyori. So if you recycle 4, you get to take back an assistant for free, or maybe a Kokoro for free. And then artifact, draw cards until the number of cards in your hand is equal to the number of Koyori assistant on stage. This is kind of useless, but the deck has such bad plussing that you might be able to pull this off. It is only 50. With Kori Oshi skill, you might hit it for 80. That's still not exactly great numbers. Like you can swing this with all holomems, I guess, and then it hits for 120 only, and then you swing this for 80. Sorry, this will be 150. So yeah, the artifact is not really great. You use the bloom effect to recycle so you don't deck out, and to make sure you always have seconds and first to rotate. Maybe even debuts, because your Oshi skill mills debuts. So yeah, but you run a lot of debuts in your deck that most of the time they are nuisance after like your first 2 turns. You don't want to see any more debuts anymore. But yeah, Koyori doesn't plus a lot because her only plussing is from her Oshi skill. And if you with your Oshi skill, you have no way to get extra cards in hand. You have to blind draw everything. Yamada Louis does not get you more cards in hand. It only finds you the cards you need at the moment. You could run cards like Hololive Summer, draw 2, look at top. If you have 3 or more Summer on your stage, look at the top 2 cards of your deck, archive 1 and add 1 to your hand. There is also one way of plussing, and filling up the archive, you could mill your assistants with this effect. Very nice. We also have a bunch of summer support cards, but I don't think they are that useful. Watermelon plus 30 to a second, and then if it downs, you draw 2 cards. This is okay in the deck. Your numbers are very... You could definitely use the buff, but there are situations where you rather just play a other draw limited for the turn. There's also this one, Summer Life, which is all of your summer holomems get plus 30 arts, and then you take 1 cheer from your archive and send it to your holomem. So this is okay for Koyori. The cheer from archive is nice because you need a lot of cheers. However, it's a limited and it doesn't even draw you cards, so not that great. So mainly you're gonna have this and this as your draw limiteds in the deck, and that's pretty much it. Yeah, that's pretty much it you're gonna run. You can run Water Play, take a cheer from archive, send it to your summer holomem, which is okay, but it's a support card. So you don't want to clog up your deck with too many support cards. You want a lot of debuts. You want a lot of holomems. Same with the explosion. This is okay. Plus 10 arts, and then on a second Koyori you can detach it after they use arts to deal 30 special damage to your opponent's holomem. And it's alright. It gives 40 damage, so it's a lot of stats. But it's a support card, so you have no way to... I mean, you have a way to search this with your first searcher. This one. Most of the time you rather search assistance, so you don't really have a lot of space for support cards. So mainly your draw limited, your assistant, maybe one of these. I've seen people run the green test tube as well to just restand one of your Koyori. I don't know why. I don't think it's good for this deck in particular. Yeah, so Koyori is... Oh, there's also this one. There's a 30 damage explosion. Not that great. Yeah, there's not even space for sub PC. Yeah, I've seen lists run like 1 or 2 maybe. Right, so if I had to... Let's look at the JP format first. If I had to put Koyori, she does have insane high roll if you do get it. Like 2 of this on turn 3, let's say you got somehow 4 assistants, 3 or 4 assistants, you don't need all 4. You got 3 assistants because maybe you search with your first, you Yamada Louis 2 seconds, and then both of them you Oshi stage skill, you get a plus 30 buff, and then both of them swing, you plus a bunch, and then both of them do 200 for 1 cheer each, and then your opponent just loses 2 life, just like that. And then they're all like 210, 220 HP, so your opponent can't even trade back well. So it has the highest potential, it has the highest damage possibility. But it's too unstable. Especially if you don't draw into any of these. If you don't draw into any of this, you're not drawing into them like ever. Because you're gonna Oshi skill, you're gonna mill this, both of your draw limiteds, you're gonna have a bad time. If you mill your assistants, that's good because you can take it back. But mill anything else, not so good. So she would probably, after playing against it, I haven't played it much myself. I think it's somewhere like here. It's okay. Just because of its high roll, it can do well. But the consistency is holding it back quite a bit. Just because you can't tell your damage numbers, it's a bit off. Is it better than Polka? Polka can't rush it down as well because it's super tanky, but you also can't kill buzzers as well. And it does need to keep collabing to plus. That is a downside because you need to keep using your OG skill to plus, if not you're just cooked. You need proper cheer management for more top decks. I think it's like somewhere around Flare level. I think Flare also has a similar issue where she could just archive her limiteds and then it's a bad time because of her top 3. But her top 3 is necessary for the deck to function, so it's a trade-off you have to accept. For now, I think I'll put Query like here. Or maybe here. I don't think it beats Corone. It could beat Corone. Nowadays though, the white crit's not that relevant. So you can see only Iris and Watame is relevant, but your crit itself is not that useful if you're gonna hit like 200 with your top deck ability anyways. But it is nice since you need way less. You need way less to one-shot white holomems. Against Watame, 170 to 220 is still 3 holomems. Unless you Oshi skill. Oshi skill you need to 1 holomem. Iris just gets 1 shot if your Oshi skill goes well. A lot of the deck's potential is whether the Oshi skill goes well, which is... I don't know whether that's a good or bad thing. Pomoko can't do much to her. Aski is okay. Both are tanky into each other. Koni might struggle with Koyori. And Koyori may be able to double kill back because Crony needs to collab to kill this Koyori. Iroha will also struggle a bit. I think Koyori is like somewhere here. Maybe. I think it's better. Yeah, it's better than Corone in the current format. Is it better than slots? Is it better than Laplace? Well, Laplace is similar because you have to dice roll all the time if you're using stuff like Ina Oshi Laplace. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it's very similar to Laplace, but Laplace has a bit more consistency because of your draws. So I think somewhere around here is correct. Hold on. I think I'll put it around here now. Yeah, it's like okay, but I don't think it's even top 10. Which is saying a lot because the whole set doesn't look like anyone is making into the top 10. Okay, next. Let's talk about Marine. Right, so Marine, probably the deck that most people are excited for. And for good reason, I guess. Marine has a strong kit already. She's one of the more popular holomems. And she has she had one of the stronger packages already. So getting buffs on top of that has a lot of potential to be a strong deck. However, after playing around with it, it is good, but not great. It is very similar to a deck like Kelly, because they gave her ramp. Firstly, they turned her blue, they gave her ramp. Very cool. On collab, archive one holomem under her, and you can send the top card of your chair deck to your holomem. Very nice. Marine now has ramp. However, he gave her a second that has 4 cheers. So, most decks, because of how the game works, when you lose a life, you get 1 cheer. Start of your turn, you get 2, you get another cheer. So you have 2 cheers. So having a ram makes it 3 cheer, like sustainable to do 3 cheers as long as you have the ram. However, because of that, they added 4 cheer. They added 4 arts requirement on her second, and her second also has the bloom effect to ram a cheer from archive to herself. So it kind of, that's how you're gonna get your 4 cheers, but it also means that the bloom effect isn't necessarily ram, because firstly it doesn't ram from the top deck, and it just makes up the original cost of the arts being costing 1 more arts, right? Because if this was 3 arts and the bloom effect came into play, then that's how you get 3 cheers every turn. However, they added 1 extra arts, so it was like the RAM never solved the issue to begin with, so you need to get 2 sources of RAM to get 4 cheers every turn. And that is a big problem in this deck, because this is basically your only consistent RAM card, and you have to collab for it. It's not even a bloom effect, so it is hard once per turn, because you only can collab once per turn. Yeah, but let's just go through what the marine cards do first. But before that, let me bring out some of our important cards. This one, this one. And this one. Right, so let's talk about red cards first. They are coming back. Summer debut. Actually, I should bring out the EN one. What am I doing? Her summer debut, which is from her own start deck. On collab, it gives you top 5 for a summer debut, and you can add it to your hand and then board deck the rest, which is very useful, which was previously not very useful, but now they made it one of her best debuts, because now all of her debuts are gonna be summer. They're gonna have the summer tag, so this is nice for collabing on turn 1. Usually turn 1, if you're going first, if you're going second, you rather use her other debuts, because they are pretty strong, and there I say her best cards are the debuts. Like, it's not even close. Hold on, where is her set 2 cards? There it is. Right, then we have the usual, her first searcher, one of the best cards in the game. Search for any marine, but the blue in fact can only be used once per turn. Do note this doesn't have the summer tag, and it will come up in situations where you think you have the appropriate amount of summer holomems, but you don't. It's happened to me before, just because this is sitting at the back. I don't have enough summer holomems, I can't do certain actions. And then we have a good old second, return any holomem from archive to hand. If 3 or more holomem are under this holomem, deal 50 special damage to your opponent's center or collab. This is your goated archive retriever. Very supportive as well, can shoot from behind. Helps you deal with tanky holomems that have more than 200 damage, because her new second only does 200 damage. And this one also has purple crit, so you can use it as a backup attacker in some matchups. So yeah, those are the returning cards. And then we have her debuts, which are, yeah, the best cards in the deck. Where is the going... Oh, wait a minute. I'm missing one. Yeah, I'm missing a card. I'm missing her other debut. Yeah, I am. Hold on. There we go. Okay, so first debut, Summer Tag. For Blue Cheer, Arts Effect, you may archive a cheer from this holomem, and then you search your deck for any marine with the Summer Tag and add it to your hand. This is one of the best effects, especially if you go second. This can search for all your blue marines basically, including the second. So this is a very, very good effect. 120 HP, 20 damage. It's alright. Then we have her going second debut. If it's your first turn going second, you may search your deck for a marine with a bloom effect and add it to your hand. So your candidates are your second marine, this first marine, your first searcher marine, and your second marine. So very strong, because the fact that you can just search this, you almost always want to search this, because this will search for the others on the subsequent turns. So very, very good card. And that's why Marine has one of the best debuts. If you have this in your center and this on your collab, you get +2 Marine cards of your choices. The only Marine card you can't search, yeah, there's no Marine card you can't search with this combo. Because this will search for all your blue Marines, including the red debut. And this will search for all the red Marines, because both of them have bloom effects. So you can search any Marine with this. Yeah, very strong going second. You +2 cards, plus you still get to play your limited. So you can play your draw limited first, and then see what you need, and then you fetch them accordingly. So very, very, very strong. And there's another reason why I think Marine wants to go second, because of her Oshi skill. So her Oshi has a stage skill. If you have a Marine in your collab, and you if you have a Marine in your collab and your center has bloomed this turn, you can bloom your center again with a Marine that is blue. So that is basically a free bloom stage, because so if you have a collab and you bloom your center into, let's say, this Marine, bloom this Marine, then you can from your hand bloom into a blue Marine during your performance step, and then you can swing with it. So just like that, you have a bloom stage. You can't just go debut into second just like that. You do have to bloom it first into a first before it counts, because it needs to check that it bloomed. The center card is already bloomed that turn. But yeah, very strong. Also, yes, the Oshi skill for 2 holo power. deal 50 special damage to a Holomem that is not a debut in your opponent's back row. And then if your center Marine has 3 or more cards underneath her, you can deal another 50 special damage to your opponent's back row that is not a debut. What this means is in your end game, this is 2 holo power, deal 100 damage to your opponent's back row. This is okay. There will be a lot of situations where you wish this could hit debuts, or you're gonna wish that you never used the ping 50. I think if you don't use it for 100, it's kind of weak, because if you ping 50, your opponent's just gonna push up the back row Holomem that was chipped by 50 into the center, and then now your damage is wasted. Your OC skill is wasted. If it's a Holomem that has 200 HP, you shoot 50. If it was a Holomem that has a second that has 200 HP, you shoot 50 to it. On the turn before, it blooms. Now it's 150 HP, and now your second that deals 200 damage is wasting 50 damage. So it's not very efficient. So you wanna use it for the minus 100 whenever you can. But there are still some cases where you can't deal with your opponent's second, maybe because it has 220 HP or 210, or just higher HP than 200. You can use it to chip, but it's not really worth it in my opinion. There are a lot of ways to hit for 210, 220, and you have to collab for this. So if you use it early, you have to collab another 2 more turns. Not really ideal. And yeah, let's talk about second, since I keep saying it does 200 damage. So for 4 cheers, you may archive all of your Marine cards under her. And then if you archived 1 or more card, she gets plus 100 arts. So that's how it hits 200. And then if you archived 5 or more cards, you may deal 100 special damage to your opponent's back row Holomem that is not a debut. So just a repeat of the Oshi skill, and that is, I think at least that's what the game plan of the deck is. You want to have a way to pull off the second effect, deal 100 to your opponent's back row, and then you use the Oshi skill to deal another 100, so you take out anything in the back. As long as it's not a debut, which your opponent most likely has, because they have first at the back. So yeah. However, 5 or more is really hard to pull off. Yeah, basically only going to pull this off once per game, or your opponent is a bot, because no one's gonna let you build that much stacks of Marine. So to get 5, there's one realistic way to get 5 or more. Let's say you have a debut here, you bloom first, you bloom another first on it, you bloom your second to get the ping 50, as well as the archive retriever. So this is very standard Marine play. Your 4 stack is right here. Then the next turn, when your center goes down, you push this up to your center, right? Then you do whatever you do, go through, you bloom it again into one of your second Marines. Either this or your blue second will do, and then you collab on the final turn. Do whatever performance step starts, you activate your stage skill, then you bloom this Marine second on top. So now you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards under your second Marine, and that's how you can pull off the 5 or more effect naturally. Else it's too unrealistic. You're not gonna have enough first to just keep repeating something like this. You're just not going to, especially if you need to collab this. There's another first that is gone, and that's another stack that is 1 card behind because you lost the debut underneath. So yeah, you're just gonna pull this off once per game. But once per game is all you really need, because that is basically how you get double kill, like most decks. except you can hit the back row. Let's talk about her other cards. First, Bloom Effect, deal 10 special damage to your opponent's back row. Very simple card, but very useful because it lets you chip some of your opponent's back row for 10, so that if they have 210 HP seconds, they'll be pinged to 200. Just nice for your second. So it's a very not very flashy but very useful card to have. Here we have a Buzz. I thought the Buzz was okay, but now it's even weaker than I thought. When this Holomem has 2 or more cards underneath her, that's the artifact, you may archive a cheer from her. And then you send the top card of your cheer deck to one of your Holomems. So it's 2 cheer 60, but you can make it 1 cheer because you move. I guess you move the cheer, quote unquote, to someone else, and then it sets up your archive with 1 extra cheer for your second. And because of that, you now have, I guess, enough cheers. If you go first, you will have enough cheers for your second, because this will be, you have 2 cheers on this on turn 2, you sack 1 cheer in archive, and then you send the cheer back to itself, so it has 2 cheers again. On turn 3 it gets 3 cheers, but this time you can bloom this second marine, and then you take the cheer from your archive for 4 cheers. So that's your game plan if you're going first. However, because this needs 2 or more Holomems under her, that means you have to use your stage skill, which means you have to collab and bloom your center twice. But you're going first, so your hand isn't that big, and to commit 2 first to the center is a bit risky for your hand. This also doesn't kill on turn 2 because it's only 60 damage. Like, the best scenario you could do is you have this in center, and then you have this in collab. This will ram, so now you have 1 cheer on it, and then 2 cheers on this. You swing, you sack a cheer, you send the top card of your cheer deck to here instead. So now this is 2 cheer, so you can do 60 and then 50 on turn 2, and hopefully kill a debut. But because you send a cheer here, this only has 1 cheer. On turn 3, this will be at best 2 cheers, and maybe 3 cheers if you collab again. I guess that's fine. So that's kind of L. You can't really get turn 2 kills. You need to do the stage skill. You need to commit the extra cards. And this card is basically dead on going second. You're never gonna bloom this going second. I mean, obviously, because it's a Buzz, it's not a bloom effect, so you can't even use it at the back row for it to do something. And worst case, you get stacky, you just lost 2 life. So even using it as bloom fodder is a bit risky. And because you have your stage skill, what you're always gonna do is you're gonna put your debut here. You're just gonna bloom it to first, and then you're just gonna collab, and then you go straight into second. You're never gonna use the Buzz for its artifact most of the time. So it's a bit L, in my opinion. It is okay going first, but going first you need to find it, which means you need to get this, but you can't search this because you're not going second. And you can't play limited turn 1, and yeah, it's a bit rough. But if you do get it, I guess it's okay. You deal 60 damage to, I don't know, the collab, because your center next turn, if you do pull this off, is gonna kill whatever center anyways. Yeah, I'm changed my mind on this card. Thought it was okay, but a bit underwhelming. And then we have U second, so 100 HP. 1 cheer 40. If there are 3 or more holograms under her, she gets plus 50 arts. This card is not as good as I thought as well. 1 cheer 40 is the first levels of damage, which is clearly intentional because Marine is a deck that can go second on turn 2. So they clearly don't want you to be able to accelerate that fast without restrictions. That's why there's only 1 cheer 40. And the 3 or more requirement is impossible to do on turn 1 as well. Sorry, on turn 2 as well. Because at best you can only have 2 underneath because of your debut going to first and then going to second. So you will never get the 1 cheer 90. But then in the late game where you could get the 1 cheer 90, it's not enough damage. So I mean, nothing much to say. It's kind of mid. If you're fighting a white deck, for example, you have Noelle Bodyguard. Noelle Bodyguard is 140 HP, so in the late game, or at least in the future, where you know Noelle is getting support in set 9, so her Bodyguard will probably be relevant. This can kill the Bodyguard in one shot, because it's 90 plus 50, 140, which is just nice to kill Bodyguards. 1 cheer is also not bad. I guess sometimes you could use this as a secondary attacker in case your opponent has more than 200 HP. You can have this here and then have this here. Or maybe instead of 4 cheers to center, you can have 3 cheers here. This will hit 190 and then the 40 here to hit 230, something like that. But other than going first, going second, this doesn't kill anything. But going first, this also doesn't kill anything. So it's just a body. But I don't know how good is having a body that doesn't have a bloom effect, right? Because Marine basically just wants as much bloom effects in her deck as possible because you want to stack them. It's fine as a one-off. Other than that, I guess it's only really good as anti-white. Like you can bloom this turn 2, deal 90 damage to your opponent, and then have like a collapse swing for like, you know, 30, and then you do 120 on turn 2. Yeah, like 120. Yeah, that's 120 on turn 2. Kind of okay. Other than that, kind of mid. So yeah, from this we can tell Marine has a couple of strong cards in the form of her debuts and some solutions like Rem. But we got a bunch of mid cards as well. I have Buzz in second. Okay, maybe I think the Buzz is still a bit better than this, but this is mid. This is okay. And the second artifact, you're not gonna pull it off more than once per game. That's okay. Then let's talk about her draw limiteds before I forget. So she got Cool Marine. If you can only use this if your Oshi is Marine. Draw 2 cards and then reveal a Marine from your hand and then put it to the bottom of the deck. If you do, you draw another 2 more cards. So you're still only adding 3 cards to hand. But you get to dig for 4 cards. But you must return a Marine. Very, very strong card because you can cycle, you can put back your debuts. However, sometimes if you have all the good Marines in your hand, you don't want to use this because if you, let's say you don't draw a Marine, you have to bot deck one of your important Marines. But you, well, technically you don't have to. If you don't want to, you can just take it as a draw 2, which is a notable downside. Else, it's alright. Hololive Summer is also very good because you can archive your Marine cards and take them back later anyways. And it also digs through 4 cards, so about the same. So these 2 will be your main limiteds to play. You'll be constantly digging through 4 cards. Not bad. Oh yeah, I should probably talk about Summer PC as well, because Summer PC has It's usable for all the summer decks. Well, kinda. Basically, Marine is the best user of this. So what this does is it searches for a debut, right? Any debut, and then sorry, any summer debut, and then put it on stage. And then if you have one life, only, so on your last turn basically, you can search your deck for any summer card instead. So you can use this to search your second, which is very strong. You can't use this to search your archive retriever second. Can't use it to search your searcher second. But you can use it to search any summer card, which is really strong. Especially for Marine, because firstly, she's the only one with all summer debuts, so there is no downside to her, as compared to decks like Koyori, which she doesn't have 12 or more summer debuts, so she has to run unlimiteds. You can't search unlimiteds with that, which is not necessarily a downside, but it is still technically a downside. You can Sora rather fills her board up. She also does not have 12 summer debuts, so she will have to run unlimiteds as well, but sometimes she might run friendly PC over this, because this is not 2 debuts when you could have 2 debuts, because she wants the board set up. And Koiri also doesn't want to run this because this is a support card, so you might mill this by accident. There are cards that help you with this. Mainly, I've been using Water Play. Take a chair, take a chair from archive, send it to your summer holomem. This is one way to mitigate the need for this first. Right, you don't have to collect to get cheers anymore, to get 4 cheers. You can also use this card, but this is a limited and it's not that good. There is also, I do not have it here, hold on. There is also Drawing Stream, which Marine can use. Yeah, Bloom Retrieve Fund, I mean, yeah, but you still need 7 cheers in the end. But yeah, 6, I guess. So yeah, Drawing Stream also rams you 1, so there's one way. And it also acts as second Marine. So you can take back and ram. Those are your only 2 reliable sources of ram, which you can't find because they are not Marines, other than collabing this. So you have 3 sources of RAM, not that bad. Well, four sources, I guess, but every time you bloom this, it's just making up its cost. So you will most likely run, I think this is a 3-off, at least in my list, and it's been doing wonders. Drawing Stream is still kind of 1 or 2 because it's unlimited, but it does definitely help. Also, if you want to use this as a secondary attacker, you need to run raid cheers. But because this takes any cheer to send to herself, and this also takes any cheer, you can kind of run very low raid cheers. Honestly, you can run like 2. Yeah, 2. I've been running like 4, and sometimes raid cheers, I just have too much raid cheers. Because the only time the raid cheer is gonna bite you in the ass is if you want this debut. Because this needs blue cheer to do its thing. And if you top deck a raid cheer for your turn 1, you are screwed. You're not mega screwed, but the fact that you can't pull off that, there's 1 card you're down. There's 20 damage you're down. And that is a cheer you need to find a way to make use of. Just from my testing, I've had it happen to me twice already, where I top deck a raid cheer and I can't use this debut. So it is definitely a noticeable downside. However, you still will need to run it in cases where you want to use this as your attacker. Maybe you fight a purple deck like ASCII, you will need to keep using this. Else, yeah, that's all for your cheers. It matters going second, but going second is your best case scenario, right? Because going first, you kind of do nothing, and you have to overcommit for turn 3, right? This is what happens when you go first, right? You go first, you set 1 cheer here. Let's just use this as a cheer, because this card is kind of useless. Set 1 cheer here. Wasting cheer early feels terrible. But that's the thing, you having cheer in your archive means you can bloom into your summer second. And you take back the 1 cheer you exactly archived. So that is actually not a downside. Right? Because this is your turn 1. You put a cheer here. Turn 2. You, I don't know, you double bloom into this. Double bloom into this, you have 1 cheer here, maybe 1 cheer behind. You archived 1, put 1 cheer here again. And then turn 2, turn 3, you have 1 cheer, you bloom this, and you get this back. Now you have 4 cheers. if you don't go for Summer Second on turn 3, then you are not doing enough damage. Right? Because if you could do something like this, if you don't get the bars, you're putting everything here. You're hoping they don't kill you turn 2. Right? Yeah. You're hoping this is not happening going second, but yeah, also let me see the new card. Oh my god, it is a Lami God. It's a common. During what? Oh. Okay, so during this turn, all hologram on a stage with the highest remaining HP get plus 30 arts. Wow, that is definitely a card of all time. That is a card of all time. Hololive Physical Fitness Championship. That might be worse than walkout, I'll be honest. I mean, best case scenario, this is plus 30 to 2 of your holograms, so that's plus 60. But that's still quite ass. Where's my post? This is so bad. Right, we've already established that power up cards like this that don't draw you and they don't give you a significant buff, or at least other form of utility other than damage, it's not that great. Right, because if you are struggling with damage, you wouldn't be a good deck to begin with, because you are now relying your whole deck around getting cards like this. But oh well, it is a common, it is a card. Right. Okay, so back to this. You could use Red Marine, but that means there is a Red Marine that you cannot get the archive effect anymore. And I don't know how good that is. Especially when this is not exactly hitting great numbers as well. This is hitting what, 120? 120 might not even kill some of your opponents first. You may get chip with this, or maybe chip with this. I guess you can down that way. With Butcher 50. You don't want to use this in your center though, so you want to avoid that. You can use this for 1 tier 30. And then maybe you do 150 on turn 2. Try to create everything second lineup. I mean, fair, I guess. But I don't think you will naturally have the space for it. And you kind of want to max this out. Just because you are playing a endurance race. Because you only have 4 of this. And if not, your Ochi skill is kind of useless, as mentioned before. If you don't pull this off, you need a stack. You're just gonna fall behind. And testing for EN format, well, yeah, it's the same thing, right? 120 might not even kill some first. Definitely not against Iroha. You could run where is it? Yeah, I mean, Iroha Bodyguard completely screws over this deck. Even if you have this, you can't kill the center. You just don't have the ramp for it. This itself is a splashable card. I mean, if you're not fighting green, if you're fighting Ayame or Korone, it's kind of whatever. The deal 10 special damage is nice for you to hit 200 though. But again, you don't really have space for it, right? Because let's ignore that. Let's look at this. Right. I would change the rate to like 2. I mean, you can run 5. You can take this out for something like this. You can take one of these bars out. Honestly, you could take both the bars out, but I'll replace with more of these just to hit your 210. You're not gonna run low debut. You're not gonna greed on debut just because you need the board to set up. If not, constantly playing behind, you're never gonna get a stack. If you have to keep drawing into a fresh debut every turn. And then what else could you take out from here? You could take out I did take out Soras. Soras is quite fraud in this deck. You rather play the other 2 limiteds. Now you have the summer PC. Nokuro is nice for the 210. Pluto is better than Soras. Arguably, yeah. Put like 1 here. The yellow marine is not gonna be where the hell is there is yellow creep marine is not gonna be that useful. Like you can't even, you can kill Subaru because it's 190 HP, but you can't even kill you still can't kill Koyori, so this is not gonna be a useful card. You don't think 4 of the summer second is needed? Then you are praying to the gods you are finding this first marine. And I have plenty of games where, especially if you're not going second, you can't find this first card. If you're going second, then yeah, that I can see why, because your debut, this debut will guarantee find this. There's infinite draw and search. I don't know about that. It also has a it definitely does not have infinite draw and search, just because it has a lot higher requirements to do whatever it needs to do. Right? You need to constantly collect a first if you need enough cheers. You need to stack behind. You need to, like, stacking behind is inherently just minusing yourself, but you have no choice, you have to do it. Because I've definitely had games where I was just sitting with like what oh wait, I didn't put a water play in. No wonder this list looks so free. There are plenty of games where I'm just stuck with cards like Drawing Stream in my hand. Like, that's the only card. You need summon second on turn 4 or 5. But yeah, sometimes the issue is, if you can't kill on turn 3, then you are already behind on momentum, and you can't kill on turn 3 unless you're fighting something like Coroni with your purple crit. But something like Ayame can even survive your second, and there is one Archive Retriever gone from your deck. Right, if you cut down your blue seconds, then you'll need even more. Your Archive Retriever demands just keep increasing. And if your Red Marines are in the front, then what are you gonna stack at the back in the end game? Are you gonna stack like four first at the back? Right, if this is in the front. You do this. Are you just gonna keep stacking this? Maybe you put this at the back, I guess. But it doesn't solve the fact that you still need to collect for RAM, right? This is still 3 cheers. You still need to collect this. You still need to open yourself to get double killed. You can't use water play on this because it's not summer. Yeah, that's the point. You don't stack your front. Which is why the best Bloom center is this first after it's archived. It will rest, and then next turn you push it out. Bloom second, archive 1, you still hit 200, and you're not that down on card advantage. Right, the only problem I have with using this as the front, like from the start, is that it's just is you are losing out the Archive Retriever. But you're using that on turn 3. What else will you go first? What will you bloom on turn 3? Any other marine second? This one that can't kill anything that's not Iroha. Right. Yeah, but the point I'm making is that going second is exactly because you have so much more options. Because you can search literally any marine you want from your deck. Any Bloom Effect marine and any arts. Any summer marine. And you can't really get punished for it. And you still play a limited more than your opponent. Else going first. Sometimes the fact that you can't even play a limited just means your hand is not gonna be a lot. It's not like she's actually getting more cards than other decks, right? Cool Marine is still draw 3. Hololive Summer is still draw 3. I mean, of course, going second into Iroha is bad. But that's more of you rather not give Iroha first than you preferring to go first. I think the deck in general wants to go second. It's just that it's forced to not give. It's just forced to take away first from other decks. Because it doesn't. It was compared to decks like Chihaya and Watame, which are just straight up better going second. Because they have straight up significant advantages for going second, like completely game-changing effects. Watame being able to Oshi skill 1 turn earlier, she can take a turn 1 kill. Chihaya going second before your opponent, and stacking blooms in 1 turn instead of throughout 2 turns. It doesn't have that, how to say, its only advantage for going second is more cards, right? Which could be the deal breaker, but it's not a automatic I will win because I went this I went second. And nowadays, well, At least for the Japanese format, going first doesn't mean anything because of going second decks like these. Crony going give Crony going second, she's still gonna kill you on turn 2. You give this to Watame. Yeah. You wanna Watame will still actually, can Watame kill? Oh, she can. She gets the hammer. 120 turn 2. Ayame will come down to go first. Actually, honestly, Ayame comes down to whether you can build the stack in time. If you can get the Oshi skill before they get SP, you win. But if you can't, then you lose. Same for Korone. Korone, you have to double kill, plus you have to go for Oshi skill play, which is a tall order. Even if you go first, there's high odds that Korone will just out-sustain you, thanks to the 6 life. Unless you have this like non-stop, you have like 4 of these. Okay, well, let's just wrap it up. At least for Japanese format, Marine's like somewhere here. I think she is a bit better than Marine, and Koyori in the Japanese format. Well, is she? Actually, I'm not too sure. She might be way weaker actually. Maybe like somewhere here. Maybe Koyori is like here. Slots have been performing well as well, so like is it better than Laplace? Oshi Laplace have been popping off as well. Literally everything here has been popping off. Maybe except like Louis. We'll bring down Louis a bit. I haven't do Sora. Sora's the last one. Yeah, I could bring down Louis. Louis hasn't been doing as much as the others. Laplace has been doing a bit better. There's like more. I could put like this. And then slots is like back here. I need to see what's my records against. What was my first match? Crap. I know I lost to... I won Watami round 1. Wait, no, did I? Hold on. I recorded it somewhere. I won Caddy Flare going first. I won Bailey's going first. No, I lost to Bailey's going first. And then I won Chihaya second, but then Chihaya heavily bricked. For like 5 turns, he didn't bloom a second. My friend tried it, lost to Nene going first, but he misplayed. He won ASCII going second, but he lost to Raden going first. And then I went who won against Sora. Sorry, no. I won Sora going second. I won Fuamoko going second, but I lost to GG going second. Because GG is just a terrible matchup for you to face. Plus 230 HP center. You can't ping her back row. She can swap your collab if you ever do something like this plus second. You can just swap. She can also attack your back row stack. And she has blue crit. So GG is unplayable, almost unplayable matchup. It was close. I almost won. I needed 7 cheers, which is way too tall. I was like 1 cheer off for a double bloom play. So like, it's okay. Maybe here, if you're... Yeah, I'll put it like... No, let's just put it here. Then Koyori is like... just worse slots. As of now. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Lastly, Sora. Quite a bit to talk about for Sora as well. I don't think it's all positive things, unfortunately. I don't even know what this first does. When this Holoman is down during your opponent's turn, return one support card attached to this Holoman to your hand. So unchemo return. Basically your go second bloom, I guess. Yeah, if it's first or higher, plus 30 art, so it's 2 cheer 80 or 1 cheer 80. Okay, let's first talk about Sora Oshi. So, stage skill, if you have a Sora in your collab at the end of your turn, you may put the top card of your Holo Power Wait, maybe I got it wrong, hold on. Yeah, end of your turn, you center and collab Holomem Sora. Send the top card of your deck to Holo Power, and then if you have a second on your stage, draw 1 card. And then Oshi skill for 4 Holo Power, choose 1 Sora on your stage. Bloom it with a Sora from your deck, then shuffle your deck. And then during that turn, the Sora you just bloom gets -1 colorless. So Oshi skill, the Oshi is good. But there's a clear problem, which is decking out. Because what basically happens is that this Oshi skill is not -4, it's more like -2. Because you get 1 extra at the end of your turn. So it's more like a 2 cost Oshi skill. And you get to bloom any Sora, so you don't have to have it in your hand. So very strong effect. And then you can draw 1 once you have your seconds going. However, because of that, Sora needs to collab a lot. And I mean a lot. And you deck out pretty fast because of that. Because you're eating up twice the amount of cards that you usually would. And your Oshi skill takes out 1. Your stage skill gives you 1. So in one turn, you could eat up like 10 cards from your deck, which is nice, but is definitely a problem. So we have her debut. This is kind of whatever. Stanky, 130, 20 damage on attack, draw 1 card. Ooh. Go second debut, however, is the spicy one. If you're going second when you collab, search your deck for up to 3 unlimited debuts and then place them on stage. And then if you put 3, you choose a card from your hand and put it to the bottom of the deck. So it's a Omega friendly PC, which is quite good. But yeah, it's not that crazy because you're still -1. It's like the typical go second debut where you're +2. This is also +3 then -1, so it's +2. Then yeah, so this is very strong go second debut, sets up your board. Most importantly, you want to set up your board. We'll get into that later. Then we have a first. This is basically a first idol clone, but like different. On bloom, draw 1, choose 1 card from your hand, put it at the bottom of the deck. It's tankier, but just a worse version of draw 1 card, but you can dig for cards, which is fine because you already eat up so many cards per turn. Then we have this first. On bloom, search your deck for star start, add it to your hand. This is a very, very strong first because you can find a limited, and it's a very strong limited at that. Star start is a limited that lets you play on turn 1, going first, if your Oshi is Sora. Then what it does is draw 3 cards, return 1 card from your hand to the bottom of the deck. So it's always gotta be a worse Nodoka, except you can play on turn 1. So it's nice, but like it's your main limited, I guess. But because again you're eating so many cards, you're okay to be -1 less than playing something like Nodoka. So yeah, this is such a sit for you straight up, and that's very strong. Probably the best first right now in the deck. And then this one, yep, this is the go second first, where if you swing a first, it deals 80 damage. And if it dies, whatever support card attached goes back to hand. You generally won't use this because you don't want to go second, and you can't guarantee have this in your hand. You might just bloom this instead, you might bloom this instead. And they kind of still do the same job because Ankimo only gives 10 HP more, so this is 160. This also 160. This will be 160 with Ankimo. So yeah, it's kind of okay, but you rather play her other first, like her old first idol that draws 1 card. Clicking off, let me add in her cards. Her set 5 second, still a very good card. And first idol draws a card. Swings for 40 as well, which is sometimes relevant. Alright, then we have her new second. The U second. So, on collab, search your deck for a Sora. A second Sora. Add it to your hand. So, very, very strong card because your whole deck revolves around seconds. We'll get to that soon with her second. And arts effect, return 1 to 3 holomems from... Oh. The stream died. I think the stream died. There's no Q&A for the new cards? Not yet. At least I don't think so. Why? What would be the Q&A? Okay. Oh, I think they do. Let's see. That's a lot of... Okay, that's not a lot. When Sora's stage skill is to collaborate with your center. Can you draw a card? Okay, basically it's saying if you don't have a center or collab Sora, can you still draw a card if you have a second? Answer is no. When Sora Oshi skill is 1 colorless required for the arts, even if you can't make... What? Oh, okay. After you can attack, as many seconds as you can rest. In your back row. There's no Q&A for it anyways. So yeah, it's played with the intention that you can just swing as many times as you have back row seconds. I mean, the wording says you use the arts again, but every time they say you use the arts again, you resolve every artifact tied alongside with it. Okay, okay, so they're saying if you use your Sora Oshi skill, but you have no Sora to bloom, can you still get the -1 colorless? And the answer is yes, which is okay, interesting. So you can just use it to -1 colorless. Like assuming all your seconds, you pull them all out, but you're missing a cheer. You can just give -1 colorless cheer to one of your Sora, which is quite interesting. Our deck 0 piece, we have no cards in deck. Bloom effect. 007. 007. Okay. Oh, okay. So if you draw a card, if you have no cards in your deck, so you can't draw this, can you return 1 card from your hand back to the deck with this Sora? And yes, you can. Yeah. I'm gonna assume the rest are all the returning cards in deck. Alright. The Sora second also draws cards, right? The U second. Oh yeah, that's draw 1 card, okay. They're asking whether this Sora... So this Sora on attack return 1 to 3 back to your deck, then draw 1 card. They're asking whether you need a HoloLive archive to draw 1. The answer is no, because there's a den onwards, so the effect is not tied. Oh, they have it. They're asking whether you can use... Okay, so let's talk about Sora second. Bloom effect, you may roll a dice. While it's in the center position. You may roll a dice. If it's odd, you can basically techie one of your opponent's HoloMem. So you swap more their back row to center. This is optional, you don't have to do it. And then arts effect, you may rest 1 of your second Sora at your back stage. And then this HoloMem can use arts again. This HoloMem can perform its arts again. So if you have 1 second at the back, this will hit for 102 times. Which is part of the game plan. You want to fill out your whole board with seconds. And get as much attacks off as possible. It only costs 1 red cheer. With the Oshi skill, it only costs 2 cheer. And with Ankimo, it only costs 1 cheer. So very, very strong. 210 HP, which is nice. If you have Ankimo, it's 220. So the Q&A is asking whether you can use a different Sora arts, like let's say your collab, in between resolving this effect. Answer is no, which makes sense. You have to fully finish these arts. They are asking whether you can target a separate holomem for the arts, and yes, you can. So you can split 100 and 100. Okay, it looks like it's marine. Collab effect, archive 13. 13 is this. You cannot archive itself. Okay, makes sense. 17, archive all. Nope. If you archive the second attack, does it archive itself? No, it doesn't. When your deck 0, can you reveal one marine? When you use cool marine, can you reveal your marine from hand and draw one after returning it to the bottom of the deck? Yes, you can. Okay. If you reveal marine for the cost of your cool marine, can you return it? Can you not return it to the bottom of the deck? No, you can't. So you have to return it if you choose to show. And you have to draw 2 if there are cards in your deck. 27. Can you send the cheer from Summer Life to Holomem who doesn't have Summer? Yes. So Hololive Summer is this one. Sorry, the Summer Life, this one. Where it gives plus 30 to all your Summer. And then you take one cheer from archive, send it to any holomem. So yeah, just clarifying that. And then with Beach Ball and Sora, when you use your back position, okay. It's the same arts again after doing arts damage and replacing. Interesting. I think this one is just saying, can you not do Beach Ball's effect? Actually, I'm not sure. Is Beach Ball mandatory? Oh no, it's not mandatory. So yeah, you can use it on the second time your Sora hits, so it's 110 and then 110, and then you move the Beach Ball to your collab. And then just a generic one with the abilities that were applied before I cause my holomem to bloom continue after bloom. Answer is yes. Interesting. I mean, yeah, just in case people didn't know, your bloom effects carry over, or whatever effect that was on your holomem before. So, okay, Sora, idea is there. Fill up your whole stage with seconds, swing multiple times, get multiple cards, bloom from deck. Sounds solid, but the requirements are a bit high. So even though you want your whole board to be second, that also means that you can't bloom your first again. You have a bunch of dead seconds. Well, this is not necessarily a dead second, but they're kind of not doing anything at the back. You can't use them for bloom effects. Most of them have to be in the front, but this is almost always in the front anyways. But you also don't want to collab any of these because these could be rested at the back for your center, so there's no point to collab them. But then you need to collab this one to find your second, but then you don't have to because you can actually skill for it. So it's very weird, right? Star start is good. Cheers are a bit of a problem, but with Ankimo it's fine. But with Ankimo, your deck has no space because you have to run cards. And for JP, we have cards like our Ankimo Searcher. Right, we have cards like this to search Ankimo. But Ian doesn't have that. So good luck finding your Ankimo. If they get holo powered, they're also cooked. You will deck out pretty fast, but usually the game ends by then. There is a nice thing you can do, which is buff your second Sora with cards like Watermelon, which gives plus 30 and then to your second, and then if that Holomem downs, you draw 2 cards. So you can hypothetically draw 4 from this second alone if you rest enough seconds, which is nice. Stuff like Hololive Summer plus 30 will stay. Stuff like Cross Impact would stay. But Ian won't have access to that yet. So Cross Impact basically gives plus 100 to your second if you win the dice roll. So you can swing for 200 twice, which is alright. Good, but I don't know if you'll run that. Maybe some people will run that. Workout will give plus 50. It will stay. But yeah, other than that, you don't really... If it doesn't give you a breakpoint where you can take 1 less attack to kill. Like example, if your opponent's Holomem is 200 and this swings, this still need to swing twice even if it hits for 150 or if it swings for 100. So it's kind of useless in that aspect. Which is why cards like this second, I think, is a bit fraudulent because it gives plus 30. So combined with this will swing for 130 twice, which is like not really anything much. You can break Bodyguard, but you can really break Bodyguard thanks to your green crit against Iroha. So again, not that relevant. You still need 2 swings to kill their center. This with the where is the card? This with the set 8 first, the Ankimo Searcher is good. So you always have that option. Although you need to run White Cheers. Well, I guess you run Ankimo, so it's fine. Because this will swing for 90, this will swing for 120. In cases where you don't want this, but you almost... I guess you almost always want this. So it's kind of like... very demanding just for... You just want 1 second at the back, I guess. Like you just want 1/4 second to always tank. And the extra attacks is like... okay. If you go for any more than that, but your board will be so cramped that you don't have a lot of space to work with. Like let's say you rest 3 of this. Right? And you collect 1 of these. Right, and then 1 of your space will definitely be a debut because something just died. And you only have room for like maybe this. And then ideally you don't want to have any of these at the back because you want the bloom effect to be useful. And it's only in the center anyways. So next turn is like this. And like that's all your utility right there. Right, you can do this again. Or this time, who are you gonna collab? I guess you collab this again. But then you see now you're locked to... You're just doing 300 damage. Which is like... always like not enough for a double kill. But it's definitely enough for a kill. So I think it's okay. But you need to remember you don't have any like... special SP skill to get you a double kill. So you need to clog your board up. You need to make sure you yourself have enough debuts to keep this up. And enough first. You never want to use your Oshi skill to bloom a second at the back. Because you need cheers. But yeah, if you need cheers, you need Ankimo. If you need Ankimo, you need something like this first. So yeah, I think Sora is the most stable. But it's like, its ceiling is like alright. This also is like okay, because you can really find everything. This PC is like, I mean, it's fine. You'll probably still run it. There is a contention with friendly PC. Watermelon, I still think is okay as well, as long as you can, if your opponent has a super tanky card, or the threshold like makes sense. Else, I think you're just gonna be using again Hololive Summer, these two limiteds, and then like Nodoka. You have no archive PC either for EN players, so you might actually have a deck out problem, or you'll be forced to use more of this second. You also don't have the very tanky set 8 first that draws you a card. This is okay. Not really useful. I mean, you can use it as a backup attacker in the late game. This is like 90. Your 3 cheers, but it's 3 cheers. But against decks like like decks like Corone or anything with 210 HP, it's gonna definitely make Sora feel a lot worse, because this is 100, so you're always swinging 200, but you're always 10 short, so you need to swing 3 times, which means you need to rest 3 seconds, and then if you have a collab, that means you basically have no space for a lot of things to work with. So 210 HP is definitely the counter to this deck, or any just natural tank, as well as aggression, because Sora is very hard to you need rest 2, right? But compared to rest 1, which is still kind of demanding. Yeah, because Sora has no response to aggro, which is not really a thing in EN, so it's like okay. I mean, Iroha going first would still kind of smash this deck, but it's also 210, so it may not necessarily be. I think Iroha will come down to just life lead. It's like not a good or bad matchup, just because you can one-shot bodyguard, so they have to be aware of that. You can also one-shot their bars. You can't even one-shot their bars, because you don't have, even if you bloom stage, you can't have a second at the back to rest, so it's only does 150. Sora ceiling is very high, but I mean, yeah, but that's like it's way too demanding to reach that realistically. You can double kill every turn without a collab. Well, yeah, but that means you have all your first in hand or your second in hand. And again, this deck doesn't actually, it sounds like it pluses a lot, but it just eats your deck a lot, right? This is giving you draw 3, but you put 1 back. This is giving you draw 1, but you put 1 back. This only gives you draw on attack. This doesn't draw you cards. I don't think some people may not run this. This only draws you at the end of your turn. And this one fetches you a card from it. So that's your plussing. So if you are going first, you can't use this either, which also means your board setup is extremely shaky if you go first, right? Because you're just playing a normal deck ratio now. You're just like maybe 3 or 4 debuts, and then your opponent kills it. You're down to 3 debut. You collect. You're down to 1 debut behind. Then you have to move into second. Then you have to draw a debut. And then it's stuck at debut. You push out a debut. You push out your rested second or whatever thing that bloomed to second. And then you're always hovering around 3 to 4 holomems. Just because you don't have that setup. Right? And like whenever you draw all these return cards back to deck, you're gonna return the debut. Because you're not gonna return your first, you're not gonna return your second. and then you end up you just run out of, you don't really run out of steam. Your ceiling is just very easily controllable by the opponent. But I will say it's hard for your opponent to double kill you. Just because of your double 210s, like all of your seconds are 210. But it's very hard to come back. She's just stable, but she doesn't have any. She has no clutch factor. She has no snowball. Like her snowball potential is locked behind going second. I mean, you could play Star Start going first. That's the snowball. Okay, Sora. Because it's like, yeah, Start. I think it will against Korone. I think it'll be the weirdest matchup for Korone. Korone needs to Oshi skill every turn, but Sora needs to rest an extra second. But Korone has 1 life more, and Sora doesn't have any turn 2 potential. She kind of does. I don't know. She doesn't really have a turn 2. She seems better than Marine, but at least for JP, she's worse. She's stable and honestly kind of fair. But that's most decks here. Most of these decks are like, wow, if it's stable, it just wins every time. There's nothing you really have to deal with Sora. If you just need to have more resources than her, and her demand is really quite high. She's like here, right? At least for JP format, something like Crony would blow her up, Baylis would blow her up, ASCII would blow her up. Iroha sees who go first. Ayame kind of whatever. Against Ayame, it's like you still need 2 attacks to kill the second, so it's like not really much. And you still need 2 attacks to kill their collab, so it's also not that much. But she does have to deal with 210 against you, so it's kind of even. I think it's a bit better than Louis. Is it better than Laplace? It's more stable than Laplace. Is it better than Kelly? Kelly would destroy this deck. That's for sure. Decks that can't deal with Sora is something. Watame would also eat this deck. GG could eat this deck. She just swaps your second and then all your energy is just rested there. She can also specifically target which second you want to kill. Fuamoko, I don't think can deal with this deck very well, because Fuawa can't kill your back row second. Iris has Red Crit and can quite easily double kill. Nene is interesting because it gives plus 40 to your Sora, but that doesn't actually do anything. But she also has Red Crit, and she bought deck your Cheer, which I mean doesn't mean anything, but yeah. Since when GG are A tier, GG was always A tier in. This is the Japanese format. Set 8 has buffed GG significantly, and she has seen quite a bit of results. Maybe she's not as high anymore, like her staying power is like not as strong, but she has results to definitely be in the top 10. could probably put Nene a bit higher. Actually, they're all around the same. Honestly, Hachama could also be here. Like, you could argue everything. Yeah, you play Japanese format, then you haven't faced GG, I guess. But in case you didn't know why GG is strong, now she has a searchable plus 20 HP plus 20 arts. So that's equivalent stats of Tatang. It turns her to 230 HP. 230 HP and yellow crit is rare, right? You look at all the top decks. Which of these decks have yellow crit? None of these decks. Seen like 2. Yeah, exactly. ASCII has yellow crit, but that second is usually not hitting very high numbers. It's like 140. It's 2 cheer for 100 with yellow crit, so it's 150. If you collab with it, it's usually 140 or 120. So 170, you still need like 60 plus 60, so you need 3 holo power to down the GG. But even then, the ASCII players only run 1 of it. GG now does 200 damage reliably. Right, I mean, if you've seen 2, you should know that GG got top 4 in Extremers. You know, you got top 8 also, and WGP top 16s. It also beats Crony thanks to blue crit. And it's a matchup where it doesn't really care go first or second because it can spawn a first on turn 2. The only part is that it's a bit unstable. And yeah, it's just kind of bricky compared to the other decks. Even then, even against ASCII, it's a bad matchup for ASCII because you can just swap the ASCII with all their cheers, and next turn they have no cheers to take back. And they don't want to deal with that. Sora is like, honestly, I think Sora is here. I think Marine's here as well. Marine better than Sora. I still think Marine has a lot more to work with than Sora. But Sora has a higher ceiling if you don't break. I didn't rank them in EN. Yeah, no, I didn't. I could. I did take out some stuff. Kelly. Inquiry is here. Marine has better tools, but Sora has... It's just if it goes first, there's a good chance it can win. If it's stable. But then again, there's a lot of bad matchups in JP, so I think it's like here. For JP post-summer. No way you say that. Yeah, Sora is like... I think Sora is like here. It's like, okay. I think Koyori in the end, in reality, will probably be around here as well. And then Mario will end up being the best to work with. But it's also quite a hard deck to play. Just because your numbers are weird as fuck. Yes, Crowley is getting support in set 9. Which should be a 1 card. Yeah, it's a 1 card. Bay is getting 4 cards, but like 3 of them are gonna be for Subaru. So she's only really getting 1 card as well. Yeah, okay, so I think I'll put like this for JP for now. Then if we look at EN, okay, let's look at the EN. Let's take all of these out. Let's just do we need to pretend the A tier doesn't exist? No, I think I need to clear out the A tier. I'm a bit lazy to clear out the A tier though. I think it doesn't matter here. Right. Let's just clear out the A plus tier. This is definitely not A plus. This is also not A plus. This is maybe A plus. This is not her set 7 support. This is not here. This is also not here. This is maybe here. Debut newest promo. Oh. Second Crony promo. Yeah, I got that. I got it when it was like 50 bucks. Now it's like 150 bucks. I locked in early. Right, okay, so we can have here it's like this. Anyone else up here? Aura. Here. Something like this. Riona. Who else is relevant in set 6? Don't think so. Second Crony set 1 SR, which Ian just has it as a SR. But in JP it's a promo. Okay. Meta tier list. Is that my Ian? I think that's my Ian. Did I miss out anyone relevant? Subaru, I guess. Okay, so Koyori kind of in here. Marine. Actually, no. Here might be something like this. Iroha is good matchup into Marine. That's about it. But both of these are like even. Oh yeah, but also apparently Crony set 7 has the same amount of SEC as JP, which means either Crony doesn't have a sign card or somebody is getting their SEC stolen. So yeah. Submarine most completed deck. Yeah, she has the most seconds to work with. Bibu. I don't think they are giving Bibu a SEC. Definitely not. That's even more unlikely. Marine most complete, but at the same time she gets... You don't need to be like that complete, right? It's complete, but it doesn't solve the problems. Right, you could build your deck to fight Iroha, but that is useless against Ayame and Korone. But if you don't build for those, and you go for more consistency, you just get walled by Iroha. So maybe Marine is like... I think Marine's a better Kelly right now. Kind of. It's just a Kelly that doesn't break as much. That's about it. But Kelly is more ram out than Marine. Sora I think will do well. Cory I think will do well in the SD second. No, she needs the set 4 second. Set 4 second is the one with 2 cheer green crit. Hits for 140. But that specific second is not that useful into the Korone and Ayame matchup. Yeah, the start deck Marine is the yellow crit one. Which is also not relevant against the one yellow deck that will be coming out, which is Koyori, because it still can't one-shot Koyori. Yeah, Marine still needs to hit 210, but that second pings 10, so you can hit 200, so it's like not the worst. It's like the best option against Iroha. But yeah, against Ayame, you don't really need the ping 10, but your 2 churn 100 is also not gonna kill Ayame on turn 2, so sorry, on turn 3. Yeah, just a one-off. I think Marine will end up being more popular in EN anyways. So I think Marine will probably end up here. I don't think Sora will see as much success just because it's kind of like we're in the Raura territory right now. Where it's like both decks are consistent, both have their 210 HP seconds. But both don't have enough damage to really consistently do more than just swing twice to get 1 kill. Marine knockdown Korone Ayame, I highly doubt it. Right, Ayame will likely be a go first difference. Marine needs to get her Oshi skill off before Ayame can trigger her SP, which is very unlikely. I mean, not impossible, but going second is very unlikely. Especially if Ayame collapse and forces Marine to collapse, she's extra cooked. Korone I guess is fine. Cause it will just be... You can just collab for free against Korone cause she won't really threaten you with much. You can just keep trading with your raid second, and then you can collab the Ram first, and then you'll be fine-ish. The issue is because you're using your raid second, you don't really have a good option to stack at the back, so you need to keep stacking first. Which is still fine, and then you try to go for a turn 2 kill with your I guess you can stack the blue marines behind, just build up cheers, and then if you maybe aim for turn 2 aim for a double kill because the Coroni is to collab, or you go for the Oshi skill play and try to take multiple life. Alternatively, no. Yeah, that's about it. It's like okay against Coroni. If it goes second, I think you'll just run out of steam. Like yeah, you can take 5 life, but you're dead next turn. Because you're not really doing a turn 2 kill. You can never make up the life difference. You don't have a... Your Oshi skill is just to make up the life deficit from being -1, but it doesn't make up the life deficit of going second. Also against Coroni, Coroni's not gonna kill you turn 2, so going second is also not gonna give you a ideal turn 2 second play. You also can't go to red marine on turn 2 because you need blue marine. So it's just go first against Coroni. I think it's here. I think Koyori is better. But I think no one's gonna play Koyori. Yeah, I think Sora is around Raora level. Mechanically unique. Generic deck number. Yeah. Okay. I'll go through holo maps. I won't rate all deck variants because that makes no sense. They're not intended. Right. So just Rainy will be one Rainy picture. Let's start off. Actually, let's start off with Khan. Yeah, Rainy. Rainy? I think it's well done. I think it's just a crazy idea. She's a peacock. Peacock rainbow colors. We're running rainbow cheers. Yeah, that's all you really need, right? She scales off different color. I wish there was more to it than just arts damage for different color. Yeah, so maybe yeah, in the I get it tier. Subaru, old Subaru is like generic deck. Like what does she even do, right? She does more damage the more cheers you have, but what is that in relation with Subaru at all? Right, she reduces damage, which while most white decks can do that. Yellow decks also can do that, yeah. So it's like whatever. 3 or less life. All yellow decks scale with less life. Okayu. Okayu. Where did I rank Okayu? I think I get it. It's meant to be a annoying cat. And she's just pinging you non-stop. Choco? I think... I don't know if Choco is well done. Like, she can cook. That's about it. But... like, yeah, I get it. Noelle, I think is also I get it. She's a knight, supposed to be tanky. She has tanky effects. Flare is still a bit weird, which is why I put her here. Like, she can swap collab, that's cool, but I don't get it. Unless someone can explain to me why Flare does the thing she does to her lore, because I don't know everyone's lore. Iroha, I get it. Bodyguard, haha. Samurai ninja. Fishing trade, but that's not like... I mean, the first collab that looks 3, I guess, is fishing, but that's not like the collab. Like, that's not the whole deck, you know. It doesn't tell me about swapping the collab. Like, if she does a lot of Totsumachi streams, then maybe. My previous list I put Iroha in idea is there but executed poorly, but I wonder what I meant by that. Executed poorly. She is kind of just a Noelle clone. Oh right, I put it because of her buzz, right? Right, her buzz is there. Horrid design. The most fraudulent buzz deck. Ayame, I remember I asked this. Nobody could explain why Ayame does the thing she does, but it's mechanically unique. It's a cool design. That's not Ayame, you know. Mio, I think it's well done. Predicting your future, tarot cards. Quite a fun deck to play as well. Let's go yellow watame. Yellow watame is... Well, I get it. Night fever. Watame hits. Non-stop cheer retention. Matsuri mechanical unique. The limiteds don't really have anything to do with her. Fuwamoko. So I'm gonna put blue Fuwamoko at ideas there executed poorly. Or maybe I should change that. I should yeah. Ideas there poorly, but Mokoko I think it's peak. You send it to your Fuwawa sends it to your Mokoko. You help each other out. You cover each other's weaknesses. Very fun deck. Chloe. Chloe. Where did I put Chloe? Did I put Chloe in peak? Right? No matter what, if she's the ultimate gambler, right? It's quite a unique deck. It's fun when it works out. Where you either play Chloe Louis or you play Chloe slots. Yeah, you get a jackpot. If that was intentional, then yeah, sure. Maybe I should move it to well done. Yeah, I think I'll move it to well done. I think there are more fun decks overall to play now. Corone. I get it. Maybe in executed poorly. Fish your collab back. But you swap it out with a different collab, so it's like you don't really pull back your collab. You just swap it out. change your bait. I mean, Corone. Blue Marine. I mean, was Marine really... I mean, both Marines are kind of same, right? The plan is there, but like it doesn't tell me that that's Marine, right? I guess mechanically unique is more nice than idea is there, but like this tier is at least I know what they're trying to do. I guess. Like you stack all these Marine to use them all, and it's like, okay. Like, is she a narcissist? No, obviously not. So I think I put her there. New Koyori. Assistance, I guess. I get it. I think Koyori's old deck is cooler design wise. Raura. Raura doesn't really do anything with the painting tech, not as much as not like how Ina, like Raura is what Ina should have been. Sorry, Ina is what Raura should have been. Right? Like she can the collab card rest, it's like okay. There are many endurance streamers as well. Not, I don't think Rara at that point also proved that she's like more endurance than others. And like she uses the painting tech but it doesn't do any painting, so it's a bit disappointing. Kelly, I get it. Did I put Kelly? I get it. Right, I think I put it in like mid. Right, archive retrieval, she can swing twice. I guess I get it. I put her down there last time, but it's like, it's better now. Raid Sora. I don't get it. But I mean, I guess she's like, alright. I don't know what it has to do with Bloom. Blah, blah, blah. The best card design wise is star though. So I'll put it, I get it, sure. Riona, mechanically unique. Nothing about her says Mew. Raden, well done. Mushrooms, gameplay implemented well. Ina, I think is is it executed poorly or is it just balanced poorly? Like the idea is well done, right? She colors anyone. It's just the deck itself is bad. Or like not it's not even bad, it's just not great. I think Ina is well done. I like Ina's design. Kiara, well done. Come back from the dead. Archive retrieval, constantly reviving. Endless cycle, can't deck out. Well done. Kobo, splashing rain everywhere. Little bits of splash damage everywhere. Well done. My favorite decks. Cecilia might be quite peak. The whole puppet, automaton wind up. She does have the clock wind up thing at the back. Her debut rest. Because they ran out of juice, then you wind them back up with your Oshi skill. Makes a lot of sense. Quite fun. Maybe well done. Maybe it's not peak, but I think it's all right. Ririka, I get it. Stronger Mew can just scratch by. I don't know what she has to do with the collab. I mean, she got a Totsumachi thing, but like, not really. I don't think that's necessarily unique to her. Shuri, I get it. Archivist has nothing to do with archive though, so minus points there, I guess. Kanade, it's like somewhere here. Nothing really screams Kanade here. Like having more cheers than your opponent is like, sure, right? Sure, she can just farm cheers, but that's kind of generic, right? Bay, dice roll, everything's chaos. Don't know what the result is. Pick. Muna. Feel like I get it, but I don't. Right? But I don't blame them because some of these decks are like, how do you even translate this into the game? Right? There are just some personalities or traits that you just can't translate well into a card game. Aki, I think Aki is executed poorly. I know what they're trying to do with Aki, but it's just not well. I think all of the idea is there, right? Like the whole point is they're supposed to play as the gen. So I get it. Aura, trap them. Kind of executed poorly, but it's like, I get it. It's just the format itself doesn't allow it to prosper. Zeta, I don't get it. That's about it, but it's cool. The smoke. I mean, not the smoke, the fact that she can just dodge out of things, spy things with her bars. They still focus on her bars. They give her cheers with Zeta fans. It's like, okay. Ayame. Oh wait, I already rated Ayame. Roboko. I get it. Yeah, I get it. Needs to charge herself with the Robosa, overload herself. But she has strong endurance. Bibu, I think it's well done. Bibu techs. The fact that she emits rainbow light, so she also has that rainbow cheer quality, or she care about opponents' colors. Pekora, I get it. Narissa, I get it. Charge until she gets her full power. And then once she gets full power, she's very strong, even though she isn't. Kanata, I get it. Set 50, very cool. But that's about it. Nico, I don't get it, but it's cool. I think a lot of the flow glow is like, I get it. Other than Chihaya, Chihaya is like peak, right? Chihaya is one of my favorite decks in the game they've made. Because it fits her personality so well. Fits the characteristic as well. Right? You're like drag racing, you get full acceleration, you go turbo mode, and then you slowly run out of gas. But then you're also constantly cycling your cheers and your draws. One of my favorite decks. Miko, I get it. 3 or 5, everything is 3 or 5. I don't think it's... Did not have been dice roll? Yeah, maybe. Shion. I think Shion was in I get it. Right, she's a witch. Sabotage your opponent's cheers. Stuff like that. I think last time I put it executed poorly, but it's like maybe because of the dice roll. But I think I appreciate what Shion did, and we are finally getting more control. I guess more forms of control. Elizabeth, peak, redirection, tanky, copying people arts is very, very cool. Copying EN arts. Luna, well done. Blue Knights, protect your queen. Sorry, protect your princess. Yeah, and then do it well. So you say, sure. So you say it's in a sure tier, right? And then old Sora, I mean, I get it, she's meant to be generic, it's not meant to be special. Not as great as a newer one. Fubuki, definitely in ideas there, but executed poorly. Mascots are just not something you want to have too many in your hand. Unless they are game changing. Towa, idea is there. Right, singing is like, it's just there, nothing to do with actual singing. It's just there for the sake of it. It's just a kindred deck. Louis, I don't know why she's the discard, but it's cool. Same for her purple Oshi, I don't know why, but it's cool. Mume. I get it. Meant to be promised, meant to find things. Like build up humanity, stuff like that. Supposed to search for the rest. Strong together. That's about it. Anya, ideas there executed poorly. Ancient weapon, cool concept, but they're a bit rough right now. They will get better if they rework it a bit. Kyla, can't say right now. Lami. Lami's kind of generic, isn't she? She mechanically unique? She's not really. Right, like Lami is just blue deck. Not really Lami. Yukimin is there. Shoot 10 more. I think it's in mechanically unique though. I think the draw 2 special damage plus 100 is like cool enough. We'll see, we'll see. ASCII, generic deck. Ollie, I get it. Revive, constant revival. Botan. Speak. No, well done. The ammo reloading system is cool and all. Right, that she uses cheer as ammo. Very cool. But it's just the deck is weak. Oka. I get it. Crony, peak. Right, everything you want. Extra turn, rewind, accelerated bloom, rule breaking. ASCII is still generic deck. Iris is peak. White and purple cheer. Hope and despair. Balance very well. Purple, you get more damage, but there's a chance you break. Or you can greed for it. White, but you need white cheers to attack. So they are always your reliant source of color. Watame. New Watame. I don't know if I get the new Watame. I think it's just mechanically unique. Nene is also in peak. I mean, what better way to translate your personality by having it one-to-one in the card game, right? Everyone is her husband, so everyone, including the opponent, gets buffs, which is honestly quite interesting dynamic. Hachama. Is Hachama peak? I think you could argue Hachama is peak. A lot of split personality stuff, right? Board debut, you draw 2. I think it's in well done. GG. GG might be peak, low-key. Boat goes actually... No. I get the boat goes minted. But so blasting, archiving your Holomem underneath doesn't really tell me much about GG. I think I get it. Laplace. Dice rolling. That's about it. So I get it. But like, it's not chaos. Like, yeah, I get it. All of this is like one-to-one translated their personalities into the game. Right? This is like almost there, but it's like missing something. I think Lami is here, low-key. Anyone that I don't get, I think Kanade. Is Kanade mechanically unique? Kinda. More cheers. That's about it. Oh, I mean she has the swap. She has the, yeah, okay, wait, she has the OC skill actually. Kanade is kind of okay. Better than I thought. But executed poorly into the game, yeah. She can swap back. Actually, I get it. She's your engram card. She can run infinite off. I mean, yeah, I guess. Maybe I should do one more. What is it? I guess I should do a difficulty tier list. Yeah, maybe I should do a difficulty tier list. Where is my graph? Should do an arrow here. Should we wait? Oh my god, how am I gonna fit everyone here? What am I supposed to fit here? Wait. Alright, it's ease of use to power. Ease of use, power. Right, let's do... Actually, no, I can't do power, that's not... That's not fair. What should it be? Should it be power? Yeah, I guess I'll keep it for power now. Anata? It was not the easiest deck to use, but it was... Your game plan was easy to pull off. It was when your game plan isn't easy to pull off that you have to think a bit more. So like at this point in time, I mean Kanata now is a bit underpowered, so like I should change the difficulty. So it's like here. I mean a lot of decks are gonna be here, which is unfortunate. It's like here. Nowadays. I guess I should start with the bigger decks first. Ease of use. It is not that difficult. Power is strong though. Aries is like here. It's like alright. Low, medium. Cecilia. It's pretty difficult. One of the most difficult, but I don't think she's the most difficult. Power wise, she's like here. Right, I think it'll be more accurate the more we go. Well, Moko is also pretty difficult to play, but like not insane. So I think she's easier than Cecilia at least. But the power is like here. I should shorten this. Right here. Tight with Iris. So pretty difficult deck to play. One of the hardest decks to play. Fortunately, the power is not there. Su is definitely might be the hardest actually. Could be one off. I don't think it's that terrible. It's like okay. It's like here. Okay, we're gonna be here for a long while, so I need to Louis deck. Louis deck is alright, it's a bit difficult, but it's like not crazy. It is stronger than usual. Things like here. Nina, quite difficult to do well. Power is not as high. It's about there. Actually, maybe a bit higher. Okay. Anare is not necessarily difficult, just difficult to win. But you do have to plan your chess, so it's like here. Slightly weaker than both of them. Yeah, it's like there. That's it for the Ushis. Set 8. Set 7. Watame is not difficult, but not easy. But the strength is high. It is harder than Iris. Actually, it's like here. Oh wait, I had the whole canvas here. This down a bit. And colors like there, yep. Yeah, so it's like there. Watame Zeta. Zeta's a tricky deck to play, but once you're used to it, it's okay. It's like somewhere here. Paris is like a little hard. Zeta's like here. Mio's hard to do well. Also needs to get used to it, but your decision making is a lot more important. Somewhere around here. Pomoko, I don't think Pomoko is that high. Yeah, so somewhere around here. Achama. Achama is relatively easy. Just have to not pull the trigger on your debuts every time. Did I rate Hachama highly? I feel like I did. I put it at medium. I've changed my mind. I think it's low medium. Tony. Decision making deck. What you bloom, everything matters because you are working with quite limited resources. But she's like not terribly difficult. That is a bit harder. Actually, maybe both of them move up a bit. Maybe Kanade should be here. ASCII. ASCII is player difficulty, not necessarily the deck is difficult to play. Definitely a lot easier than something like... Actually, is Iris harder than Hachama? No, right? I don't think so. I think Iris should be here. It's relatively easy as long as you count your frontier spirits. Nene is somewhere in the middle. It's not particularly difficult. Again, another deck that is decision making based, but very strong. Raura. Raura's a pretty easy deck. What did I put for Raura? I'll be surprised if I didn't put easy. Low, medium, sure. Riona. A bit difficult, but not crazy. You just have to keep track of how many cards you mill and what cards you mill. Else, it's pretty straightforward. Iroha. I don't think much needs to be said about Iroha. It's very, very straightforward. But it's very, very strong. Iris is definitely harder than it. Iroha is either you collab or you don't. I don't think it's that deep. Like Raura level. Ayame. Really difficult deck to do well with. Like you have to optimize your cheers, count your collab, count how many cheers you want to use. Definitely strong. A lot of interactions you can do as well. Is it harder than Ina? Yeah, it's kind of harder than Ina. Bay. it's artificial difficulty because it's random. So it's like, alright. Muna is a little bit difficult. Blue decks are just naturally more difficult. Because you have to know your opponent's health thresholds, know their interactions, and you have to count your damage. But Muna is very strong now. Somewhere here, I guess. Roboko is a little bit tough to play. Not the toughest, but a bit tough. I think ASCII is a bit harder now that I think about it. But it's like not that much harder. Matsuri is a pretty hard deck to play actually. Need to be very careful with what limiteds you play. Hello. Curious, I got viewers from Costa Rica. Welcome to the stream. I'm just doing a difficulty tier list right now relative to their strength. Matsuri, yeah. Matsuri is somewhere around here. Yeah, I wouldn't say Formoko is that difficult. In comparison to these decks. Okay, that's what, set 6, set 5. Noel is not as easy as it sounds. It's like, okay. Because of your numbers, you're playing defensive in a game that heavily favors offense. What is the x-axis? Difficulty of the deck. Oh right, sorry, I'm blocking it. I just realized. Lol. There we go. Ilfi is quite straightforward. You just ram, get as much cheers as you can. In contrast, Kanata's like here, Ilfi's like here. Ilfi's not that difficult. Polka. Not easy. Not too difficult. If he was lacking in terms of power, that's not true. I mean, I have Iris. Iris is what, WGP. Iris and Formoko in contrast, in comparison to set 7, then sure. But it didn't need to be, right? Like even set 6 decks can keep up with set 7 right now, so it's a fine format. Okay. What's actually like somewhere here? Maybe I should spread them out more a bit, but I'll probably decide once I fill up more. Ryu is actually quite hard to play. But it's okay. It's actually quite strong now. Especially the new first coming soon. It's like here. I think it's harder to play than something like Muna. Actually, that's not true. Not now. Not this Okayu. I need to spread them out more. Need bigger ranges. Choco is pretty hard to play now, honestly. A lot of numbers to calculate. You count your food, which one to take back, which one to use. Yeah. Choco is pretty hard now. But it's like also okay right now. Choco might even be harder than Cecilia, I'll be honest. Yeah, I think Choco is harder than Cecilia. I put that. I feel like I didn't reflect that. Okay, I always did put her high. But then put her like that high. Did I ever put Su as hard? I feel like I did not. Okay, I did. Nerissa. Nerissa is not hard. It's hard to win. You know what cards to discard, I guess. That's about it. Louis, in contrast, not that hard, I guess. Play actually got a bit easier. She has more tools to work with, but it's still a bit random. She's strong. Good thing is she's strong. I think she's somewhere in the middle. Sometimes you don't need to rely on the dice roll. Yeah, sometimes you choose whether to not rely on the dice roll or to rely on the dice roll. And yeah, you have to be careful with your mill tree, where you send your chairs to, how to set up the multi-collab. I think place here, yeah. Set 4. Koyori. This Koyori is relatively medium. Medium strength as well, it's like not bad. It's a bit harder than usual. Somewhere here. Like Roboco level, slightly above Roboco level. Raden is also not that easy, but it has gotten a lot easier to play. Raden is also somewhere around here. Don't think it's harder to play than ASCII. Ririka got a lot better. Still decently hard to play. Somewhere here. You don't need to know what you do, how to kill the collab. You need to count your split numbers. 80, 50, blah blah blah. Lami, one of the hardest decks to play. Also one of the weakest. Is it harder than Su? Ka, I think it's about as hard. Laplace is okay. Actually, it depends on which Laplace you play. If you play Laplace Oshi Laplace, I think the skill ceiling is higher. Else is like here, your dice decision making. Similar to Bay. Subaru is very easy to play. Your only downside is your damage reduction choice. That's about it. is okay. Never put Subaru. I hope I did put Subaru in easy. Yeah, okay, correct. Anya. Anya, fortunately, way too difficult to pull off. I wouldn't say difficult, you just need to manage your ancient weapon. But it's definitely difficult to like win with. It's like somewhere here. Let's go back set 3. Luna is not like brain dead easy. But it is easy. Somewhere like here. You just need to know how to use your Lunites properly. That's about it. Which is still difficult, but not. Yeah, I think that's fine. Botan, another deck that needs to count damage. Counting damage is always difficult. Share management is also a bit weird. I think she's closer to like here. Not an easy deck for sure. Somewhere alongside Lami, yeah. Miko, live and die by the dice roll, basically. Not too hard. She's decently strong now. Easier, yeah, somewhere here. Blue for Amoko. It's kind of funny now. I mean, it's not that hard to play, but it's strong. That's the funny part. It's strong. It's easier than Raura. But it's stronger than Raura. It's like somewhere here. Towa. Towa is numbers. The difficulty is numbers. But that's about it. So like somewhere here. Corone. Now Corone is okay. It's quite easy. It's quite strong though. Yellow Watame. Yellow Watame. Yellow Watame is not... I don't think it's as hard as White Watame. It's relatively simple. It's also okay. Like somewhere here. I can't put it in a Narissa picture. It is relatively easier. Also a bit stronger. Risu. Risu is quite straightforward. Just get as many chests as you want. Well, as difficult as Ilfi, yeah. Okay, then set 2. Oh my god, we're almost done. Fubuki is pretty difficult to play just because mascot management is a pain in the ass. But it's not like a terrible deck now. It's like okay. Rainy. Rainy is not an easy deck. Definitely not an easy deck. It's also very strong. Rainy somewhere around here. Marine. Not an easy deck because of all your stacks and stuff. But not too difficult. Fubuki is harder. No, actually, yeah, Fubuki is harder. Chloe. Well, it depends on which Chloe here. We're just gonna fill in the variants later, but Mono Chloe is not easy to play. Oh, it kinda is, but it's not as strong. Shion's not easy to play. Knowing your opponent's cheer is quite important. But it's not like the hardest thing in the world. Somewhere here. Yeah, like somewhere here. Holy. Ollie is quite straightforward, but it's also quite weak. Ellie, not too difficult. But very strong. Set 1. Nata was already brought there. Mume Oshi Promise was not difficult. But it's not easy, it's not brain dead. Like somewhere here. Aki. Aki is not difficult at all. Just need to have your cards. But she's not bad. Pekora. Very, very straightforward. Just roll the dice. Oh, Louis was not real. It was not that difficult either. It was a bit more difficult than I think those two. Kiara. Quite strong now, but it is difficult to play. But not like difficult numbers. It kinda is difficult numbers wise. Like here. We say difficult to win. I don't think it was ever a difficult deck. Just need to know how to SP, that's about it. For both, one of the hardest decks to play. Because your damage is not true direct damage. You have to play the game differently. But it is strong. Let's see. Sora? I don't think it's that difficult. The new Sora is pretty straightforward. I mean, it's clearly intended to be straightforward. But strength-wise, it's like maybe here. Maybe Poka is a bit too high. Hmm. Yeah, it's like probably somewhere around here. Maybe lower. And submarine. I wouldn't say I am excited, but mainly because I mean they're not my Oshis, so I think it's fair that I'm not necessarily hunting for them. I think it's cool that we have a extra set in between and all the reprints and stuff. I like to play the Marine deck, but I wouldn't say it's I don't think they will. They're just there to add more flavor to the meta. They won't shake up the meta, which is I think I'm fine with that, honestly. As long as every deck has a chance to win, I'm more than happy to see Marine, Sora, and Query get upgrades. Maybe I should move Ina back. Fury down. I mean, Cecilia down. Fury up. Alright, and Bibu. Bibu is also not an easy deck to play. When you gauge difficulty, you mean difficulty playing the deck to its optimal level? Kind of, yeah. There's more things to think about with stuff like damage calculation. For example, you play Kobo. It's not a traditional deck where you just go for 200, kill your opponent. You can't do that with Kobo. Well, you can, but you need setup for it. You need to ping your opponent's back row. You need to know how much the ping matters for you to take down their center when it comes up. You need to know how much damage is at the back for your total damage. You need to know your opponent's HP of other decks, which you don't really need to care. You just need to know other decks is just kill the opponent's second. For Kobo, you need to know the opponent's first HP, their debut HP, everything, because you can potentially get a kill from it, or you might not potentially get anything because you might accidentally waste all your chip for nothing, right? You could chip 100 thinking you'd stop them from blooming to first, but then suddenly they can, and then they pushed it up, and then it becomes a second, and then now your chip is wasted. So stuff like that. Your cheer management is also there rough because Kobo doesn't naturally ram. She has a SP to care about. Yeah, and then Su, a deck like Su also, you have to know your opponent's deck. You have to find ways to trap their center, but at the same time try to survive. So there's a lot more thinking to go through, whereas if I name a deck like Subaru, you just gotta get as many cheers as possible, swing 180, and then hope you can kill. Or just opponent swing you, damage deny with your damage reduction. There's not much to go from there, right? It's usually the blue decks that are the toughest because they involve you knowing what your opponent's deck does as well. Many of the decks you can kind of just play your own game plan. You don't have to care about your opponent. Or something in the middle like Kiara, where you have to count your archive, make sure you can hit the archive requirement, make sure to know what's in your archive, make sure you know what's in your deck because you know what's in your archive. Need to manage your cheer, and you manage your draws. Don't archive too much, don't archive cards that you will need in your hand, stuff like that. Or really the real middle decks like Ririka, you have to know your damage numbers, how to hit 200 with a second that only hits 160. Well, not anymore, but Yeah, you have to spread out your chip damage. How much damage you do to the collab. But I haven't fully ordered everything yet because, you know, it's hard to order these things. That's why I'm just putting everything out first before I really like fully try to order everything. So something like Bibu, you have to care about your cheer color, you have to care about your opponent's cheer color. You don't easily hit 200, so you need ways to get it to hit 200. You need to know how much your SP will do. You need to build out your SP. Need to know which colors to give away to your opponent, which colors to keep for RAM. Yeah, people's like here. Marine is easy. The blue marine is easier. It's not that difficult. I mean, cheer problems is not. I mean, cheer management is a skill requirement, and marine does have that. So I guess it is still a bit harder. But you don't really care about your back row damage that much. It's like very straightforward compared to other blue decks. That's why she's not even close to the blue decks that actually care about back row damage. So you say it's a fake blue deck, she doesn't really, she just deletes one straight away. What other blue decks you have? Shiori. Shiori is up here. Maybe even harder than Cecilia. But she has supports, so she doesn't have to worry about she only needs to count her supports in the archive. She doesn't need to care about other factors like she doesn't even struggle with damage, I think. Yeah, I guess in that sense Cecilia is easier. She needs to care about collab because a collab is always punished by being permanently rested. Means you can't push those up to center. Ina needs to care about color. You know how much you want to draw, when should you use your Oshi skill. But she's not crazy hard. I mean, she can be here. Okay, just a few more. Last two. ERB. She's not easy. But she's not crazy difficult. She's somewhere here. Like higher. Maybe here. Just need to know where to redirect, how to manage your seconds. In that sense, she's harder than... Yeah, she's harder than... She's harder, but not that hard. Yeah. You know what arts to copy. GG. GG is strong. She hard? Not necessarily. Is she easy? Also no. She's come somewhere in the middle. I think it's closer to Fuamoko level, yeah, something like that. Definitely harder to play than Tony. Okay, so now this list is a little too crowded. How is it? Actually, let me look at my tier list. Nami, Risu, Aski, okay. But I didn't add a set 1 Oshis. But like, let's be real. No one's playing the set 1 Oshis. If you played all Aski, it was pretty easy. Yeah, I still got hybrids. I mean, I think we can do that pretty fast. Only one to really mention is like Baylis and Chloe slots. The rest are kind of like whatever. Talk about all the Rainy, but it's like they're not more difficult than the blue decks. They're all like around here. Sora is okay. Right, we can do Chloe slots. I mean, Chloe slots is... I can do Chloe. Yeah, I think Chloe has 3 variants I need to care about. This is easily one of the easiest decks to play. No questions asked. It's a bit weaker now. A bit weaker than Marine. Not really. Move this tree down, I guess. And then Chloe with Louis. Also one of the hardest decks to play. Cause it's straight up. Do you memorize your deck? And how do you reach what you memorized? How do you reach your damage? Is this too crowded? Maybe. Feel like it is. Maybe I could. Oh. Higher, lower, actually high. Anything here on the bed list? No, nothing. Like you could restrict ASCII and Crony, but like that just means Baylis is gonna be back. That just means, I mean, Baylis already is back. That just means Iroha is gonna dominate. IMA is gonna dominate. Then we're back to set 6 meta. Then do you want to restrict set 6 cards? Then it's like at that point there won't be decks that feel good to play anymore. Right? It's like people who experience set 5, they said Pekora should be banned immediately. And then look at the set 5 meta. Pekora wasn't the best deck in the end. And then look how quickly it fell off. what, I'm gonna say Chihaya is harder than Laplace. Okay. I think I am okay with this. Yeah. Okay. That will be my difficulty tier list. And I think that'll be all for today. So thank you guys for joining the stream. It was hope you enjoyed my yapping. Just to let you know, the next video is coming out soon of summer, so keep an eye out. And if that's all, I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye.